Wow, I've been muted this entire time. Hello, Tasmadeath. Thank you for telling me that. Really appreciate it. I don't mind taking the death. I can't believe that I, had this. This is just great. I'm definitely not cut out for streaming. I'm not cut out for this because I need to have a paper, like a real sheet of paper, just slathered to the right hand side of my computer, so I could be like, "Did you do this? I saw you talking up there, but didn't hear anything, so I figured you were muted." Yeah, that means like the past 90 minutes have been muted. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you again. I hope you are doing well. We are attempting to make our way out of the Auriza Hero's Grave, and we spent like 90 minutes trudging through the tomb itself. I can't say that the tomb has been easy for us. Hello. Look, if you want to tango, be my guest. And just so I get a sense of like a good baseline for who I'm talking with, have you played Elden Ring Reforged before, or are you new to like Elden Ring in general? One question is asking whether you know about the mod. The other question is asking whether you know about the game at all. I don't mind explaining things if you happen to be new or what have you. Of course, I do my best to explain things regardless, but I try not to bore people if I know they know the game already. I try to make my LPs targeted. Not specific, but at least targeted toward a specific group of people. As somewhere in between old and new. Good, I'm glad we have the runes for this. I've not played Elden Ring Reforged. I have multiple characters, and all of them have beaten the game at least twice. Okay, that tells me about what I want to know. Thank you. Yeah, so Elden Ring Reforged, and I guess I can use this opportunity to kind of just talk about it in general. It is an overhaul mod for Elden Ring, created by a mod author called Kernifer. I believe I have a command called !ERR, all lowercase. If you type that in, you'll get taken to the mod page. You'll need to go over to the description tab, but you'll find all the information there. We also have a wiki, which I believe is command !ERRW, also all in lowercase. And that wiki details everything that's different. There's a lot of stuff that's different. The main thing I can show to let you know that we're dealing with something different, just right off the bat, is instead of backstepping, you duck. And some of our spells have this blue teardrop icon on them, which means they actually regenerate FP on landing an attack. And we have several of those in both incantations and sorceries that do that. There really are too many changes to list in a single sitting. I think there are, between binding runes and boss resurrection, deflections, and other stuff. Oh, that would be broken on Carrion Slicer? Well, the idea is that FP costs and other stuff have been, like, significantly rebalanced. It's just kind of it's a different game. It's a different game, absolutely. I think there's something to the tune of like 1,700 different changes that Elden Ring Reforged makes to the game, which is absolutely astronomical for a game this size. Lots of stuff. Even with like DLC or some items breaking some of the changes from time to time, there's just a lot of stuff. Also, one other thing that's probably worth noting, and this is just for those who don't know, we have like an alternate progression to get to New Game Plus. For those who've played Elden Ring, you have to beat the game to go right to New Game Plus. We have a altar at the we have a shrine at the Altar of Anticipation. It's that very first statue you see at the beginning of the game once you actually get to play. And what it does, as soon as I can find the correct icon to show you, you essentially get to go into New Game Plus immediately with a certain number of Starlight tokens. This isn't really something that you would use for like a first-time playthrough, which is kind of what this is. I've played the game up to a certain point in vanilla, and then I moved over here. You would use that function if you were playing the game for like the 10th time or the 15th time. It's really cool. At least I think. It's at least innovative. It does something that you wouldn't expect the base game to be capable of doing, just based on the fact that all of the materials for Elden Ring, like the modding scene in entirety, has to use reverse engineered programming. DS Anim Studio is considered to be a reverse engineer of what you find in Elden Ring. It's where a lot of stuff gets made. There are also things for text files or music. Lots of stuff. The modding scene is really intricate, but really cool. Let's try this again. One other little aside is I don't normally talk during these types of fights. I do my best not to. With the last fight being a notable exception. Thank you again for that. Without further ado, let's try to get through this fight, and I will see you on the other side of this fog gate. If you have questions, feel free to ask, and I'll reply as soon as I get the opportunity. Not a good start point. Alright. Nice. Nice. Absolutely nice. Well, at least we get to try again. Yeah, those guys certainly aren't easy, and it's true in vanilla too. I spent quite a bit of time on them. Even with the ducking, which helps when dealing with the forward thrusts and forward stabs, and the fact that jumping clears over the shockwaves, I'm still kind of a nub at heart. I still spam roll from time to time and don't think too much about it. This is after 48 episodes of, 47 episodes, excuse me, of actually, you know, playing with the mod. You'd think I would know by now, but some reflexes die hard, what can I say? Probably worth summoning something else. Just so I don't end up having to deal with that again. The gameplay isn't... I shouldn't say that. The gameplay is wildly different if you already know about ERR, but The one nice thing about ARR that I find is that the story is the same, the locations are the same. There's nothing, the only thing different might be some of the bosses. For example, I went over patch notes earlier today, which of course that means all I did was show them on the screen because I was muted the whole time. Is, in... Oh, I can point to it. It's better. I'll point to it. Here in the War Dead Catacombs, there's an undulating tree spirit that's there. There's a new boss that's there now. That undulating tree spirit is gone. It's been replaced. Presumably, I've already beaten Radon, yet there are now new bosses here that remove a whole bunch of the rest sites that I've been able to go to, because there's now a new boss there. We've had many patches. I'll make sure my voice is actually coming through. That's gonna have me on edge just all night, all evening. I'm gonna be worried about that. I'm unnerved by that. Anyway, there are new bosses, there are new mechanics. Like I said, over 1,700 changes at least. Not to mention like animations, animation cancels, faster animations for getting into and out of rest sites. There's all kinds of cool stuff, and I'll be happy to show more of that off once we get through the Hero's Tomb, because, oh boy, this place is a real nightmare, for me or anyone else. Now, I need to find a different, ash to use, although I may not be able to, just because of the patterning that these guys have. Now, Leyndell, one thing I do want to know, you're plus 10, and you're still getting, like, curb stomped. I can't say I'm surprised, really. I'm not surprised at all. Just because Crucible AI is hard. All that's left is to try again. See you on the other side. Too slow on the duck. Back, had to use the bathroom? No problem. Welcome back. I just have to find better timings for this. Ordovis, focus on Leyndell, please. Nice. Wonderful. I guess we're target swapping. That's fine. This does tend to happen, in these kinds of fights. Ducking to get over that. And I apologize if I don't talk much during these fights. Let's try to switch targets. Thank you. I appreciate the understanding. Oh, and I need to be extra careful. Nice. Oh, I forgot the team AI from the most recent, one of the more recent Elden Ring patches is active. So they're being a little nice to me now. Cool, I guess. I shouldn't have said that. Now they're going to be mean to me. Finally. Crucible Knight was like, this pillar is in my way. That's better. Yeah. It's one of those you learn to get used to. Oh, hello. You gonna do the whole fly thing? No, you're not. Oh, okay, there you go. You think your shield is helpful. It is not. Thing of these, if you learn how to parry them, that is true. Oh, okay. Hang on. Oh, my controller died. You gotta be kidding me. You are technically correct, and in fact, there's even an improved parrying. I shouldn't say an improved parrying mechanic. It's somewhere between a parry and a dodge. It's called a deflect. I'll put on a shield so I can demonstrate it. And it's actually really cool. Before that, though, I'm going to go replace these batteries really quick. I'll be right back. This shouldn't take me more than, like, say, 3 minutes. So sorry about that. I am back. I ended up getting caught in a conversation I was not intending to get caught in, so please forgive me for that. We're going to check these rechargeable batteries, and if not, I brought a pair of non-rechargeable batteries. Good. That worked immediately. Alright, so now I'm going to equip my shield and show you what I mean. I'm not the greatest at deflecting them, but I know enough of what I'm doing that I can do it. We're going to equip the Carry Knight Shield, which is fine, because I'm not using a whole bunch of status moves. I'm using some of them, to be sure. One other thing, I guess, that's really cool is some shields actually have affinities on them. A lot of stuff can have affinity on them from time to time, and we have more than the base number of affinities. So magic is here, but Night and Fel are not. Like, those are new things unique to ERR. And the reason I was using the Sword of Night and Flame is not because of the, the weapon art stance, but because it drains status effects. Lots of, like Creeping Rancor, Fia's Mist, Poison Bolt, Rotten Breath, all these things, like, inflict self-status, and having a sword that drains these things is pretty good. This helps me avoid having to wear specific other kinds of talismans or other kinds of gear to circumvent it, which I think is really cool. It opens up a lot of player choices, essentially. Alright, we're going to lure you back up here, big guy. Once you see it, you'll probably say, this definitely ain't the same as like, parrying. And that is the honest truth, is that it's not the same as parrying. I'm terrible at that. I could get better at it with practice, but I am terrible. I've never been great at parrying just unprompted. And it would probably take me hundreds of tries to get it. But deflecting is something I'm at least okay at. I can do it. So we're going to heal ourselves up. That is not a heal. Awesome. And we do not have the FP to summon Leyndell. Fantastic. That's okay. We'll figure it out without her. I need to pick one and focus. Probably this regular old Crucible Knight here. Oh, I'm supposed to be showing off a deflection. As soon as I get the good opportunity. Kind of hard to pick out with other stuff going on the screen. Ah, yeah, that's a good one right there. Did you see those red sparks? Or anyone, for that matter. If you saw those red sparks and I blocked at the right time, that is what a deflect is. I liken it to World of Warcraft's warrior class, where you can essentially sort of perfect block if you get it correct. And the perfect block, like an you missed it again? Okay. Or not again, but you know what I mean. Try to drink and do it again, I guess. It's all good. Just gotta wait for Ordovis to... That was not a perfect one that time, but there you go. I blocked the hit as it was coming in. That is a deflection. If it isn't perfect, you nullify like a good chunk of the damage, but you don't completely nullify it. The same is true of status buildup or anything else. Deflects and perfect deflects are kind of meant to reward people for using shields from time to time. Or, well, it's meant to open up shields as like a decent option. And of course, I don't have to only deflect with a shield. You can deflect with weapons as well. but the windows on those are a lot tighter. Like, a lot tighter. Need to be really careful. That was bad timing. Just wait. Okay, it's focus time. Just try to keep them on the screen at all times. Would you stop doing that, Crucible Knight? By goodness. Well, there you go. We got the demonstration out of the way. But you can absolutely do that. I think my problem with, like, deflects in that fight is if I use them, not saying I don't, we got some great deflects out of that. If I use it, I can't really cancel into a spell that well. Even with the improved canceling, I'm essentially choosing to open myself up during those windows, which is kind of why I like to have Leyndell there. And I do get that. Wow, nice arrow, dude. Oh, this is not a great showing. In solo, I'm fine. Dealing with Crucible Knights in pairs is rough going. But I suppose I'll just, like, make sure I have a shield on now. That, like, at least blocking something is not the worst thing in Elden Ring Reforged. Even, I wouldn't say that the, like, guard boost has been particularly adjusted. But, like, how much stamina that is being consumed on block has also been changed. In Elden Ring, you have a character I'm perfecting that literally heals for everything you do. You exist. You heal, you get a riposte backstab. You heal, you get 5 or so hits in a row. You heal, and finally you kill something. Guess what? You heal. That is too true. Make sure I got the proper interpretation out of that. Heals for everything they do. So it sounds like you probably have, if I had to guess, you probably have, like, the Royal Remains set or some other set that provides constant healing. You probably have incantations that you use in order to heal, or you have a weapon that heals back. I can think of a few in vanilla that do this. Try to think of like specific stuff. You probably don't actually, from that description, you're not actually casting spells, or if you are, it at least isn't super apparent. Trying to think what else. You probably have... it's been so long since I've played normal Elden Ring that I'm too used to everything in Elden Ring Reforged. So I'm trying to make sure I'm not scrambling something in my guesses. But regardless of what my guess would be, that's really cool. In normal Elden Ring, I'm glad that there are builds that let you do this. And I hope to get something going, maybe not like that. We're going for the casting trifecta. I have a command called !caster build, all lowercase. That explains more or less what we're doing. Royal Remains armor, Godskin swaddling cloth, Taker's cameo, Assassin's crimson dagger, Blessed Dew talisman, 2 great star hammers, and blasphemous blade. That would do it. Great star hammers. What do the great star hammers do? It's been a while, and I have probably not beaten Elden Ring in its entirety. So it is very possible that that's in either Mountaintop of the Giants or like a consecrated snowfield, in which case I've never been. I'm curious where those come from. They heal a small amount on hit every time. Gotcha. That makes sense. Great star hammers. I just want to see if I have these for myself. Well, they would either be like a hammer or Altus Plateau. Then we have not gotten those yet. Good. I hope to do that. Well, maybe not do exactly that, but we have so much left unexplored, it's not funny. We pretty much took this path. We're like right on the cusp of being able to get out of here and actually move on and discover some of the other really cool things that are in Altus Plateau. Because I have at least played through that. With the exception of Leyndell. There is a carriage that has one and an invasion that rewards you with one. Gotcha. So you're able to get just like the... You're able to dual wield them just natively. No new game plus grinding required. That's really cool. Okay, I thought I had buttoned up my headphone cord. Good that I didn't do that. I did that once. It sucked. Alright, let's try this again. Shall we? Come on, Leyndell. I got severely punished for that. Got to be careful. I need to keep them on screen regardless of who's dueling whom at the moment. Oh, why did you pop over there, Leyndell? Oh, that's not good. Correction. Why did Leyndell get slapped that far away? Good question. I wish I had an answer for that. It's possible Leyndell got hit mid-teleport. Or right as they were about to phase out. Oh, hello. Yeah, it's very possible something like that happened. Not that that matters to me at this point. I mistimed that and paid a price. Yep, I thought I would annoy you if I did that. Let's go. Nice. I got backed up into the corner or into a wall. But We'll get through this eventually. Anyone else ever have a boss that takes them forever to do? Doesn't matter what experience level you have, or even what game it is. For me, this kind of reminds me of the time that I spent on stream many years ago playing Dark Souls 3. And I believe I died to Dark Eater Midir something like 20 times. And 20 times? 120 times. I fought those guys once and then vowed never again. Yeah, the Crucible Knights certainly are interesting in a pair, aren't they? And with the way that Elden Ring Reforged rebalances some stuff. Okay, we're gonna go up here. And try to, like, get some sort of blessing going. And now we're going to hopefully save some FP in the process. And really, in Elden Ring, here's something else in Elden Ring Reforged that's just a little bit different. Is in Elden Ring, I believe you have a level cap of like 783. You can't really reach that without going to successive new games, but at least I think it's 783, if my memory serves me correctly. And you could get there. In Elden Ring Reforged, this is gated behind several new games. So, let me figure out where I can show this best. We're at 100. The Elden Ring level cap is 713. Okay. I thought I knew the first and last digits were 7 and a 3. I thought it was 83. It is 713. Thank you for the correction on that. In new games specifically, the level cap for Elden Ring Reforged is 200. The leveling and other stuff has been adjusted, so you should get about the same stats. You have the opportunity for the same amount of stats, regardless of what level you're currently at. In exchange for the level cap, we have like an alternate progression system called Binding Runes. And what Binding Runes do is they have different effects stapled onto them. And you can go talk to Finger Reader Enya to get them. And to get these special effects, you basically need to find 20 of these called rune pieces. And they're over 1,000 of them. And they're scattered all throughout the lands between. And you can track the total number through these items called runic traces. It's a really interesting system. A little too much to go through while we're trying to also fight a boss and just get out of here. But I will say I find it really novel that you can just do so much in the modding scene off of reverse engineering. I really like Elden Ring Reforged. I've played enough of Elden Ring. I like it on its own, but Reforged makes a good game that much better. At least in my opinion. But I do respect people who just play the unmodded game just fine. For those who are interested in, I should not be doing this. For those who are interested, the exclamation mark ERR command will take you to it. I believe you need to... Good lord, are you done spamming? And unfortunately, I cannot just take a drink yet. Especially not with that looming in the horizon. But if you have a PC, or you own a PC copy of this, you can try this for yourself. Well, anyone can. And I timed it wrong. Maybe I should come back to this later. That's what I'm gonna do. I hate to tuck my tail and run, but we will spend all day here doing this. I cannot. I probably need to go and, like, respec and, like, pick something. Because currently we're kind of spread out really quite even. We can increase our power, but I don't think power is going to make much of a difference. I've had Evidian, one of the, like, helpers, part of the, like, dev help team in Elden Ring Reforged, come in and literally tell me to respec because I'm too weak for ERR. That's sort of the difference with Elden Ring and Elden Ring Reforged. You can do a lot of stuff as you're leveling in Elden Ring, and you don't necessarily have to have the clearest picture of what you're doing. Whereas in Elden Ring Reforged, you need to have a good idea of what you're doing. If you take this road that I'm taking, where your stats are all spread out like this, expect pain and suffering. Nice thing is, at least, we cleared out the chariots, so we're not having to, like, dodge too many traps to get back here, but we'll spend too long doing this. I want to do something else. We will come back. We have seen the fight, but I won't clear it off camera. This is supposed to be kind of a 100% playthrough, but if you can't do something in Elden Ring, you know what the beauty of it is? You can go somewhere else. You can do something else. And this is true whether you're talking about Reforged or not. Good lord, it's hot in here. But I have killed these bosses before. I'm not the most... I wouldn't call myself incompetent, but as you've already seen, I definitely have made several gameplay mistakes in dealing with these bosses. ERR is serious, and I'm on normal difficulty, by the way. Something else that I'll demonstrate now. Consider this episode a little bit of a refresher for those who've maybe been out of the ERR gameplay loop for a while or just now coming to it. I'll show off a few things. So at Round Table Hold, we can resurrect enemies. We can resurrect bosses. We also have, well, this isn't strictly new to, like, Round Table Hold, but we actually have a bestiary. Yeah, we have a bestiary. We have an item that we can use to obtain bestiary entries. So if I look at ones that I've identified, we have an entry for Star Scourge Radon, which mentions health, poise, runes, enemy class, all that fun stuff, defenses, and negations, if any. So once you've killed Radon, you know, hey, you know, this guy's resistant to, like, melee stuff. Use fire or lightning instead. And status effects and resistances. Where essentially he's the weakest to sleep, but about equally weak to everything else apart from Deathblight, which Deathblight and Madness used to be PvP staples in Elden Ring, and that's all they were good for. Elden Ring Reforged, one of the changes it does do to those status effects is makes them actually useful against a good number of enemies. Deathblight even leaves a permanent debuff of minus 15% AR, which is huge for most things. And if I thought I could get away with actually inflicting Deathblight on Crucible Knights, I would. We currently only have Fia's Mist, and that's not very good for having Crucible Knights actually stay in it and get the effect. And I'm fairly sure they're immune anyway. We could check that in the Codex, but that is one thing that is new. Just compared to other stuff. I wish. Do we have we do have some golden runes. I intended on building up a couple of affinities and other weapons, so we're going to do that. We want Ashes of War. Right, we can't do this for the bow. We should still be able to do this for the fist weapon. We totally can. Cool. We have Quick Step. No, I don't want to remove the Ash of War. I just want to change it. From Cold Hook Claws. Sure, we'll apply them here. Why not? And we have a bunch available to us. For what I want... Considering what poison does in ERR, basically poison stacks on itself, and each stack of poison that is applied causes the status resistance of an enemy to be lowered. So what you can do is have inflict poison and then inflict something else, and both of those should stick longer and more easily because you have poison on. One other cool thing I haven't mentioned yet is something called the Fortune system. Think of Fortunes as like a subclass. So whereas in Elden Ring you have Samurai, you have Astrologer, you have other stuff. And those kind of determine like your starting loadout and gear. I hesitate to use class with those, because this is what an actual class might look like in Elden Ring, but they are classes, like, for lack of a better word. That's their official word. So Fortunes are like a subclass, where we currently have the Warlock Fortune equipped, where we get several buffs and we get several debuffs to encourage specific gameplay loops. I happen to be on the Fortune of the Warlock. I'm going to go ahead and take this off now. Which essentially rewards you for building up status effects, which is why I have such a varied loadout of all the various status effects that we have access to, with a couple of duplicates in some, as some spells are quite powerful. Do we have... Did I actually bother to upgrade this item at all, or was it just regular? It's regular. Let's fix that. Might even equip it on the hotbar. I blanked on what I was going to say. Trying to think through what I was saying. This happens sometimes, where I absolutely can't think of what it is I was about to say. I hate the brain blanks, if I'm being perfectly honest. Hello. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to go buy more, smithing stones. Wow, I can't think of what it is I was trying to say. I guess my overall point was gonna be just, there's a lot of cool stuff in here, and I make it a point when I'm playing through a mod and I really like it, I try to give back. I try to give back to the community that I'm part of. Elden Ring Reforged has a Discord server that you can find on the Nexus mods page. You can go there and you can... Oh, we need to buy, I think, 4 of these. Yeah, the community is great. We've definitely had our growing pains, but we're pretty stable now. We've got forum threads. We have a place for suggestions and feedback. We have so many different channels, it's not funny. And one other nice thing is, I don't know if you're aware of this particular advent, but there's another mod out there called Seamless Co-op. And Seamless Co-op, I'm not buying a Smithing Stone 3s. Unfortunate. Can we decraft them? We can. Good. I should have done that right from the start. It's just, the community is amazing, and I try to give back when I can, so I started doing this. I started streaming Elden Ring Reforged. I just think it's great. But if you're like, oh, I this seems cool, but it's not different enough, or it's not novel enough. There are other mods out there that would also scratch that itch. There's a classic one that's true for every like FromSoft title out there that can be modded currently, which is all the Dark Souls, Demon Souls, the remake, and Sekiro. I do not believe Bloodborne has access to any sort of modding yet, but there's pretty much always been a mod for each of these except Sekiro and Bloodborne. Called Ascended. It's like the Ascended version, which is essentially Dark Souls Muzui edition. I learned what the correct word for difficult in Japanese is, so I'm going to make good use of it. Essentially, all the spawns are cranked up to 11, and usually there aren't really too many changes in mechanics, with the exception of I believe, Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, but they both got separate mechanics. Yeah, there's an Elden Ring Ascended that essentially cranks the enemy spawns up to 11, and it's just a lot more arbitrarily difficult. But more recently, there's been another mod that just got into alpha called Elden Ring: The Convergence. It's by a group of people. I would say somewhere between 7 and like 12 different people work on it. Spearheaded by Couch Jockey. He's a Twitch streamer on Twitch, of course. And he is known for being one of the like fathers of the spells only hitless challenges. And he signed on eventually to start helping Tiger G. That's like the founding father for the Convergence. And the coding did not start out great, let me tell you that. He and Couch Jockey and some others helped father Dark Souls 3, The Convergence. Well, now, of course, they're doing it for Elden Ring. After spending some amount of time absorbing the base game and realizing some stuff is just not good in Elden Ring, and it's okay to be critical of it. Positively. Okay to be critical of the game. Not that Miyazaki didn't do his best, given like the timetables and the funding and other stuff. I know that's kind of a big thing that happens, is that you run out of funding, or, you know, shareholders are looking for the game to be released eventually. So DLC and stuff is kind of an inevitability at this point. But that doesn't mean that the game can't still have its healthy share of critics. And Couch Jockey and Company were kind of the healthy critics and decided to like mod Elden Ring and like really sit down and reverse engineer a lot of tools, along with some other people who are just kind of reverse engineering new tools given like alternate file structures for Elden Ring. And between them and that team, the Elden Ring: The Convergence was born, and it is currently in alpha. I wish nothing but the best for the Convergence team to continue work and eventually bring that mod into full swing. I can't wait to see it after it comes out of beta. It is still in alpha. I hear the chime of a scarab somewhere. Ah, yes, here we are. Going to put on a mark. Nice, we got lightning slash for our trouble. And we completed a codex entry. Cool. what was I saying? Right. Elden Ring: The Convergence. It too has many cool changes in spells. They have a warp system in place, so instead of like using torrent to get from point A to point B, you can just use the statues. I don't know if torrent's been removed, but if he hasn't, then you just spend less time on him. And I would describe the Convergence as being made for challenge runners. That's kind of where I would delineate ERR from the Convergence. A bunch of these guys are challenge runners in and of themselves. Hello there. I'll talk about this mechanic in just a moment. They've sort of... How do I put this? Elden Ring Reforged is more about staying true to the some of the original visions, while also adding many quality of life things and just like new stuff from time to time. Having a duck instead of a backstep is like a huge level of improvement for me. Other people, maybe not so much. But I really disliked accidentally backstepping off of platforms and elevators and having it be a duck that also has iframes so that you could dodge like overhead sweeps or thrusts or other things is just it's a good package. It really is. And I could see that I could envision Miyazaki intentionally including like a clunkier version of ducking in the game. You can even cancel out of the duck into like a spell or something. It's great. Whereas in Elden Ring: The Convergence, you have all the typical tools that are there. You have the backstep. You have all the traditional movement options, but a lot of like the progression of the game has changed. It's a totally different mod. And I'm essentially comparing apples to pomegranates when I want to talk about the two. They're both fruit. They both stem from like the same fruit tree that's Elden Ring, but they do completely different things. Essentially. Alright, good sirs. Are you... I want to see you come over here, good sir. Oh, that is unfortunate. I was hoping to, like, avoid drawing the ire of, like, that red-eyed guy. Might be unavoidable. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Oh, we drew the whole darn army. Stop blocking shots from your teammates. Ambush Shard's really quite good. This used to not have a chaining animation on it. I don't know. I'm devolving into all kinds of like talk on Elden Ring. That's not what I should be doing. I apologize. Elden Ring Reforged gets me super excited to talk about it. Even though I was kind of having not a great time. Wow, I need to be really quite careful, don't I? Are you done bludgeoning me to death yet? I just kind of geek out over, talking about Elden Ring Reforged. I literally cannot go back to playing Elden Ring after that. Like, after this mod. It's that good, in my honest opinion. Is there anyone else? No, that looks like it's it. Okay. So, see this kind of reddish or golden chest? Sometimes they're gold, sometimes they're red. This is an encampment. We found an encampment over here. These are new. The location isn't new to Elden Ring, but this mechanic is. Oh, they turn gold once you're done. That's right. And essentially, you need to defeat all the enemies in an encampment to get at the contents inside. But essentially, what you get out of these chests is you get a set that you would normally have to farm for, or something along those lines. Where are these other individuals? Was one of them out here somewhere? Might be. The immediate encampment is clear, but I guess they're counting like this ballista as part of the encampment. Could be worse, I guess. Going to make one of these. I hope everyone's been enjoying the gameplay so far, or just me going over various things about Elden Ring Reforged. I do know what I'm doing. I wouldn't say I'm perfect, but I do know what I'm doing. And I do my best to try to entertain. I know I'm a stiff nobody. I know I'm the person that I am no Markiplier. I am no PewDiePie. I am no Mr. Beast. I am not this person who's capable of enthralling the masses. I wish I was, but I'm not. Maybe it's because I'm not exactly the most confident person in the world. Maybe it's because I'm too stiff and too entrenched in my own beliefs to be that silly person that everybody wants to escape with. I don't know. I don't know what that answer is. What the heck? Am I like I'm not on the wrong side or anything. That's really interesting. Normally clearing the encampment rewards the chest. Maybe I'm missing one on the main road, or maybe I'm missing stuff over here. That's what it might be. I might be missing stuff over here. I thought I heard something, and then I realized it was the clack of these shields. I do my best to try to entertain, but I know I'm not good at it. So I suppose what I want to say by saying that is, thank you. Thank you very much for stopping by, for talking. And I went in the complete wrong direction. Thank you to anyone who, thank you to Tasmadeath for getting me out of being mute for the 4 hours. I might have been mute the whole time. I really do appreciate it. It salvaged the remaining 2.5 hours. Maybe please get this chest. Just trying to think of... I just can't understand why this chest would be locked. Do I technically already have all its items? Did I not kill something the correct way? I don't know. Maybe that's exactly what happened, is I didn't leave it to last, or... I don't know. It shouldn't matter. The encampment mechanic in ERR only cares about the, clearing the encampment out and not anything else. So maybe there's another red-eyed phantom somewhere that I'm missing, and hopefully that will just unlock the encampment and call it good. Hello, good sirs and ma'ams. Poison Bolt is, I believe, it is new to Elden Ring. Oh, hello. Ah, this should be our other red phantom. Okay, I got it. We now know why we were having issues. Look, if you're gonna do this, and I'm just gonna punch you down. Goodbye. Thank you. Ah, yes. When we apply through more status effects, you guys might notice we've got these, like, litany of buffs on the screen. Yeah. we get HP and FP recovery for inflicting status effects, at least 3 or more. It's just fantastic. Hello. We got ourselves the Leyndell Soldier set. Yum. No, I didn't want to drink. Where is it? We need the surcoat. Armor worn by knights sworn to defend the royal capital of Leyndell. Its left breast is emblazoned with a symbol of Erdtree worship, said to have once been imbued with an incantation of protection. There are some item set effects in Elden Ring Reforged. They're not that prolific. They are there. They are present. For example, let me try to find one. The Snow Witch hat had like an 8 or 10% strength boost to cold sorceries. That got moved to the whole set. So now each set has like 2.5% or so, which is just great. It's kind of something I wished, you know, Elden Ring or FromSoft would clear up. It's like all the inconsistencies. That's kind of something else that Elden Ring Reforged is known for, is just clearing out inconsistencies amongst, you know, all the stuff in base Elden Ring. One caveat to Elden Ring Reforged. If you like the 1.08 or 1.09 or 0.091 changes to Elden Ring, you will be gravely disappointed. Many of those things do not carry over to Elden Ring Reforged. I love one-shotting things in the morning. Such a nice smell. Yeah, if you're looking for like, oh, ERR or Elden Ring with the latest goodies and new stuff, no. I believe we have some stuff taken from 1.06 and 1.07, but other than like updating for compatibility, Elden Ring Reforged doesn't actually have does not actually have a lot of the stuff from 1.08 or 1.09, as far as I'm aware. Oh, hello. You're gonna come down here, Sir Knight. Come on. I thought I heard another pitter-patter footsteps, but I guess not. What I may do is, oh, hello, Sir Knight. Don't even think about throwing that stuff, whatever it was. I wasn't aware that the Leyndell Knights had projectiles. I guess I was wrong. You're at the Highway Lookout Tower. Cool. Yeah, there are a lot of cool things in Leyndell that I want to have a chance to show off. Hello, Erdtree. Wait a moment. Ah, right. I got we have 2 copies of this. Why do we have 2 copies of that? Well, we have 2 copies of this because we got the original copy from Fringe Folk Hero's Grave, and we also got the copy. We got this copy after the swap occurred. Which is really cool, I guess. I hope everyone's having a good time. And one thing I want to do is die over and over and over again. I totally forgot about that. Just kathunk. Well, I'm overdue for a break. I don't normally take them at such uneven intervals like this. but I feel I need to for my own sanity. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to top off on beverage and all that fun stuff. Now, because I have not taken a break in a little while, I'm going to bump up the break to 8 minutes. And I'm also going to play a 3-minute ad during the duration. So definitely feel free to take a break for at least that long. At least 3 minutes. And when we return, I'm going to make a decision about whether we go back to the Hero's Tomb with a respec after a respec, or we continue going on in Altus Plateau looking for sweet, sweet goodies to continue encapsulating our adventure. And with that, I will be right back. Or I will be back soon. Enjoy your break. I am back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their break. Well, I take an opportunity to clean my own ears after being without Q-tips for like 5+ days. I want to take the opportunity to thank everybody. I think I did this earlier. I'm going to do it again because you guys are worth it to me. I want to thank you guys for stopping by, for lurking, for hanging out, for talking, anything. Anything at all. Any form of interaction or interaction with the stream, and maybe not necessarily with me. I appreciate it. And if you like the content, I can't imagine you would like today's content, and I know today is not particularly good showing. But if you do like it, horrible way to push your earwax deeper in. Yeah, I know they do, but it's what everybody uses. I know there are devices that they're like as seen on TV where they either like water pick your ears or they do something else like that. But Q-tips are what we have access to, so I'm going to use them. I do rinse my ears, but they don't get everything. The rinsing doesn't get everything anyway. If you want to be part of the Discord, we do have a Discord. A free Twitch Prime sub gets you right in. If you have an Amazon Prime account, why not use it? News bears. I'm not sure what was happening there. I have a whole bevy of avenues that people want to directly support the content I make. I'll just kind of tell people there are links and leave it at that, not shill too much. Yeah, I'm working on trying not to, spend 5 or 8 minutes doing that stuff. And that means I kind of just have to let people figure it out for themselves. But I do have those links up and ready. What I will say, and this is just me selling the Discord community a bit more, is that I'm going to be starting exclusive You Should Go Get the Great Stars, supposing they are in the same spots. Great stars, great stars. I'm having trouble remembering that. Let's see. I have to go collect my runes. Great stars. I feel like I have that. I feel like that's a miracle. The Elden... You don't mean the Elden stars, right? I'm getting that out of the way, because that's underground. You definitely mean something else. Were they the stars you were talking about? While I'm waiting on a reply to that. I'm going to be working on some custom Discord stuff, probably every either Sunday or Monday. So my stream, what I do every Sunday or Monday, Writhe Blood Ruins has the invasion for the melee weapon and a carriage nearby. Ah, okay. You were talking about those hammers then. Gotcha. Writhe Blood Ruins. Isn't that somewhere over here? Probably. Yeah, we can make a stop by there. I guess this means we'll just come back to the Crucible Knights later. I had half a mind to finish what I started and actually do a respec, but I like the opposite side of the forest. Writhe Blood Ruins. Like right over. This would be the forest here, so we're talking over here somewhere. Yep, I remember. We can make our way to it. But first, runes. We need to make sure we get them. Can't... Hello? Oh, I went the opposite direction. Toward Gelmir. Gotcha. Okay, we'll just start heading over that way. Are they in the section where Wormface is? Or are they up top? Kind of where we are right now. This just lets me know if I need to head north or south. My memory's a little patchy on Altus Plateau. Up top. Gotcha. Thanks. Thank you very much. If you guys are general fans of RPG content or like other kinds of RPGs, that's mainly what I'm going to focus on the Discord. You should be able to spot the ruins on the map. It's not Windmill Village toward Gelmir. It's probably this section right here. We can make our way toward that. Right. Steven is now doing too many things at once and needs to concentrate on one thing at a time. So we're just going to zoom right on by and get our stuff. Hopefully without taking a ballistic shot to the back. One other really nice thing about Elden Ring Reforged I could talk about is like Torrent himself. Uh-oh. Right here. Torrent is a little faster compared to where he was before. Where before he kind of had good health and decent speed. Now his speed's like significantly faster compared to Elden Ring. But in exchange, his health has been basically like drawn and butchered. There's not much of it there. And you can't really straddle through poison swamps anymore. Torrent himself will become poisoned. Up here. I'm wanting to do a reset if anyone is curious as to what's going on. As a result, riding on Torrent is faster, but more dangerous. Hello, Melina. What do you have to say?
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Sure.
In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should you fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
Well, I guess that doesn't really make much sense in light of the other things we have seen coming out of Melina's mouth whenever we've talking about spoken echoes, but I suppose this is, I guess that's kind of the nature of being a child to a goddess, huh? Or like a dual aspected goddess is that, you know, you have to amount to something. Your demigod children have to prove themselves. Unfortunately, when the demigods attempt to prove themselves, usually it results in bad times for us mortals. Usually. So, Marika, maybe don't say stuff like that in the future. I hope we get to learn more about Marika and specifically Saint Trina. I have a huge obsession with Saint Trina. I want to know why, you know, it's commonly theorized that Saint Trina and Mikola are the same person. Like, all these gods and goddesses and demigods have these, like, dual aspects to them, where they're different people all at once. I would be really interested, and am really interested to know, what happens to dear old Mikola at the end. Like, we know what happened to the body, but we don't know what happened to the person. We don't know the formative events, and that's what I'm hoping Shadow of the Erdtree is gonna do, is explore more of that, because we have a pattern already for what cut content looks like in FromSoft games, and they have a habit of taking assets they couldn't have the time to properly use and use those as DLC, which is really efficient. I will grant them that. It is very efficient, but you know, people might rightfully call them out for, I say rightfully, people might call them out for that and say, ugh, really? You couldn't just leave that stuff on the cutting room floor? No, because if you spend a lot of time working on it only to have it discarded later, that's kind of a big feel bad. I can't say I blame Miyazaki and company for wanting to reuse or make good use out of the stuff they've made. I can't blame them for that. And as long as they dress it up nice, I don't really care. I'm kind of easy to please when it comes to games in general. What the hell? Oh, right. This is what I get for not clearing out the ballistae. Gotta mind that stuff, folks. So I guess I have a bit of an engagement question for folks. Nobody's required to answer, but I'm curious. Does anyone have any thoughts about the looming DLC on the horizon? And if so, do you expect yourself to be surprised or shocked if you find, like, cutting room floor content in there? Stuff that you might see in a Zuli the Witch or Vati Vidya style video, where I know Vati Vidya and Zuli the Witch have both talked about cutting room floor content in different ways in their videos whenever the topic comes up. Zuli the Witch especially. For those who don't know, Zuli the Witch and Vati Vidya are two separate YouTubers. One focuses on lore. The other, Zuli the Witch more specifically, focuses on stuff that's happening in the background in game code, or stuff that is kind of niche and often not well known. Not well known in the Soulsborne or Elden Ring or Sekiro series. They've done a lot of cutting room floor content. Okay, I need to... Where is that ballistae at? It's right over there somewhere. Ugh. Yeah, that one-shots are not fun. At all. I might need to actually go clear out the ballistae and then go back and get my runes. And I believe the ballistae that took aim at me was on this side. Yeah, look. 2 trebuchets right here. Trebuchets? Catapults. That was awful gameplay. But I am genuinely curious what people think about that. They are trebuchets? I had it right. Coin has a bad habit of second-guessing himself on stuff. I should answer things with more gusto and more confidence. After all, yeah, I appreciate the correction as well. I won't say I'm like a smart person or anything, but what I tell a lot of people that I pay attention in class. I was the kind of student that paid attention to what the teachers had to say. I wasn't a teacher's pet the whole time, only some of the time. But I like to think I know a lot of stuff. At least a lot of a smattering of stuff. Maybe not everything. I know what a trebuchet looks like. And I should have been confident in that. I have a bad habit of doubting my own knowledge. And it probably stems from just not wanting to be wrong in the first place. But what I suppose I need to remind myself of is I want to be very careful. Yeah, because there's like I believe that's an actual ballistae sitting up there on that side. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm kind of like hugging the cliff and like cliff line and trees, making sure I'm not getting hit by trebuchet bullets or ballistae like bolts. I would hate for that to happen. We've already been one shot like 3 times. Moving back to my previous topic, I am that kind of person who would doubt their own knowledge, so they don't risk getting it wrong, especially on air, you know, like on camera. Because it sucks to put out a VOD or something else where, you know what you want to say, and you say it, and then it turns out to be wrong later. But I guess you can't have everything. Gotta choose either being able to be correct on the fly or get it right the first time. And I should not have undermined my own confidence. So thank you. Thank you. And if my sibling were here, they'd say exactly the same thing. From the grace under that bridge, you can see the carriage that has the first star, the first great star. Okay. Well, we're already kind of there now. Here's that grace. This bridge, for those who don't know, this is where you'll find Gold Mask, right here. If you've, like, talked to Corin and, which I believe we have. As soon as you tell him that Gold Mask is there, he'll move. And that's just vanilla stuff. That's not even, that's not Reforged. Reforged does not touch story stuff as far, or NPCs, other than like fix bugs, as far as I'm aware. So this carriage would be, we're under the bridge. So this, here it is. Got it. Carriages aren't too hard to deal with. We've dealt with a number of carriages in our 48-7 episodes so far. I will say we're at, I believe this portion has a bunch of enemies hiding in tree cover, so be very aware. Yeah, we've got some soldiers right there up on that hill we're going to take care of first. And that's the trick navigating through Altus Plateau. Altus Plateau, like, bumps up the game. You didn't get a lot of these ambushes before, or the ambushes you did get were kind of almost predictable. Here, we're kind of seeing the enemy up their ante. I normally just tap a giant, grab the Great Star, and book it. And if I were off camera, I'd probably do the same thing. But for whatever reason, once I get on camera, I have a tough time. Maybe it's the nerves. Oh, hello. Maybe it's my nerves or something, but all my skill dodging enemy, like, gauntlets and caravans just tends to disappear. I also suffer from performance anxiety, so once I start making mistakes, they tend to just kind of pile on. So in this sense, I just kind of take my time, make sure I kill everything I can. That way there aren't surprises. I think oh, never mind. This guy found us. Should be good after that enemy, though. I don't see anything else up here on this ridge, and if a ram gets me, so be it, I guess. I don't think there are any... That would be normal rams. Lightning rams are more specific locations. Oh, hello. Yes, I too would like to purchase great shields for 500 Alex. That is bad. Well, if you're going to block, then I'm going to circumvent it. I love having... One thing I will say is, despite having less power than other people who would normally have casting builds at this juncture, I'm pretty happy with having the tools I have access to. My first time playthroughs in any sort of Soulsborne title that's kind of like this, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, I tend to be kind of a jack of all trades person. It's just easier for me to operate that way. I don't know. What are other people's usual first-time builds when playing through games like this? Like, if I definitely focus on something, it's usually sorcery, my first time. Or whatever the equivalent arcane casting would be. And then you... Ow. Don't poke me, good sir. Of course, responses are not required. I don't want to pressure people, but I am curious. Yay, they made it to the ruins. Oh, and they're just gonna sit there now. Cool, I guess. And you know what that means. I see them sitting in a great position like that. It's time for Rot Breath. That's where your second one is. Oh, they're still moving. I thought they had stopped. Okay. Cool, I guess. But they're in, like, the penultimate position for getting Rot Breath to the face. Oh, yes. I can't wait. Oh, I hear something. Or someone? Or thought I did. I guess not. Alright, Sir Pumpkinhead. Take Rot Breath to the face. Insert Dave Chappelle joke of, what did the 5 fingers say to the face? Insert that meme here. You think you're tough, big guy? I will show you why your slamming around doesn't amount to much. In all seriousness, pumpkin-headed foes are not to be trifled with. Early on, they're especially tough customers. If you use magic in any capacity, you essentially need to free aim if you would like to deal proper damage to them. Which definitely ain't easy. Oh, hello. We got a lineup of 4, and I know what I do with lineups of 4s. Beautiful. Now we're gonna let everyone else line up and do it again. Moving slightly in position to account for their walking around. Nice. I love when good setups come together. I forgot what my previous line of conversation was. I hate when this happens. I do deal with a bit of brain fog, just kind of off to the side. So I might forget things sometimes. I do apologize if that happens. I try my best not to let it happen. But sometimes it can't be helped. Oh. How embarrassing. I forgot the range on these things wasn't that good in particular. Let's try that again. Okay, and then we could go for second status. Good. Very good. And I can even switch it up and probably get that Warlock buff I was just talking about maybe 20 minutes ago. We're going to do the same thing we did before, and then probably switch up to our fists here. You do have to mind them at half health. You do have to mind them at half health, though. They do like to get up and stomp around a whole bunch. Not that you didn't know that already, but for those who perhaps don't know. Now, this should be the Great Star of Legend, the one that we were already discussing in that build. Great Stars. Now, has that changed in Elden Ring Reforged? That's what I'm curious to know. Huge bludgeon with 3 stars at the striking end. Though primarily a striking weapon, the star spikes cause blood loss. A blood-stained star is an ill omen, a fact not lost upon those against whom this weapon is brought to bear. Landing attacks slightly restores HP. Oh, the bleed buildup? 92. Yes. We get to the elephant in the room. So, bleed buildup and a bunch of other stuff is improved by Arcane. So, in vanilla it's only 55. Yeah, I believe the resistances are also slightly lower in vanilla. Yeah, Arcane boosts the point value that bleed is applied at. So, like, this, I believe Venomous Fang in vanilla has something like 40. Or actually, I'm not even sure this thing deals poison in vanilla. I remember a lot of weapons that should have had status values don't have status values in vanilla, and it was really, really, really startling. But if this thing did deal poison or did build up poison, I definitely remember it being something like 32 or 40. Dealt poison, good. I'm glad you remembered that. And yeah, that value was definitely smaller. Arcane pretty much is the go-to status for any status build. We have 50 Arcane as a Warlock, so I think we get something like 35 or 40 points. It varies depending on the weapon. Some weapons respond... some weapons and some spells build up different points of status depending on just the weapon or spell itself. And sometimes it changes the arcane scaling value. This invasion is nothing to scoff at, by the way. I can't imagine it would be. Is it? I think it's up here at the skill. Oh, is this Eleonora? Oh, no. Magus the Beast Claw is a tough customer. Gotcha. Well, luckily we have some spells for ourselves. Welcome to the Rife Blood Ruins, ladies and gentlemen. I believe these things are susceptible to Scarlet Rot. No, they're not. Farthest left building? Gotcha. Thanks. Ow. Yeah. These things... Oh, I need to make sure I'm paying attention and not just, like, killing things willy-nilly. So what we're doing now is we're marking... We're using something called the Sign of the All-Knowing, an item you can make in Elden Ring Reforged, in order to mark things we don't think we've killed yet. We have marked these. Good. We need to do the same thing for you and begin the killing. We have 20 seconds from the time that we mark the enemy to kill them in order to get their codex entry. Bosses, you can resurrect to get the entry anytime. Some things like these, you fight one time, and if you don't get it, oops, stuck until New Game Plus. Alright, so you said this was the far left building, so probably back over here somewhere, if I had to guess. I hear that sound. That's a very disconcerting sound. Oh, do those come from the putrid slimes? Oh no, there's something underneath. That's why. Whatever the where blah blah blah. Great job, Coin. Absolutely phenomenal job. Mogwin Palace, it's sloshy. I can't remember if this is where there's an alternative method. Is it a sloshy sound? It might as well be. I remember there being an alternative method for completing Vare's quest line that was offline, and this may be what we're talking about. Or maybe not. No, actually, I recant that. I recant that. This is that? Okay. Good, I'm glad I remembered. This invasion is the alternate. Well, then we can actually go back and talk to Vare after this. Giant Bloodbane Stray. That's cool, I guess. I always thought these were just alternates of, like, the normal dogs. I didn't realize they had a separate name. For those who want to know more about the codex entries, the person to talk to would be Ividyon. That's Ividyon. They're on the Discord server, and I believe a lot of these names were taken out of the Japanese translation for like the art book and guidebook for Elden Ring. Don't look at Fextra, by the way. Fextra will give you completely different names for these enemies. And Fextra is not considered wholly accurate because they don't rely on the official Japanese translations. Doesn't mean I disrespect any work that's actually being carried out at Fextra. There are people who edit that wiki and they spend a lot of time doing it. It's just that Ividyon is really close to the native source material, and if there's a name you want to know about, or something else you want to know about, talking to Zuli or Ividyon would be your best bet. I wish we had Zuli. We do not. They're not part of the community. They're kind of their own thing. But Ividyon definitely worked with Zuli. That I can tell you. Yeah, we have a bona fide translation specialist with us. They're an awesome person. They're an awesome person. Now, if I remember this invasion... remember, I've never actually done it. If I recall what I read about the invasion, I remember there being a lot of bleed effects, like, dispersed everywhere, and generally having a hard time landing melee attacks. I have no idea what to think about in terms of spells. We're going to find that out together. Hopefully we're going to have something we can use that would be useful for us. This is the boss. Oh, this isn't the invasion. It's a boss. Never mind. Well, then I don't know what's here. I don't remember what's here. We're going to find out. This appears to be a sanguine noble. Okay, that makes sense. We already have these marks, so we can just focus on fighting. Come on, Leyndell, what are you doing? At least Leyndell can't get bled out. Sanguine nobles are harder than they appear by themselves. We kind of just curb stomped them, but... you know, that, like, blood pile there causes bleed buildup. It's not very fun. There's an NPC invasion that is unique to Reforged that gives you a fortune that does this. And she also, the invading NPC, also uses it. I believe it is called the Fortune of the Sanguine? Fortune of the Dynasts. There we go. And you create cessblood, like a cessblood pool. It's really cool. We're not really kitted out to make good use of it, but there's something for everybody here. And we obtained a Bloody Helix, which I believe is a rapier, if my memory serves me correct. Let's go over here. It is a it's a heavy, okay, not just any kind of rapier. This is the two-handed version. Ominous piercing sword with a winding blade, carried by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood, designed to bore into flesh, causing severe blood loss at the wound. The extracted blood trickles gracefully down the length of the blade. Unique skill, Dynast's Finesse. I don't know if that's in vanilla. Someone will have to remind me. But this skill... with the skill, you nimbly avoid an attack, securing some distance from foes. Follow up with strong attack to perform. It is vanilla. Good. Thank you. To perform a sudden lunge and press it again to perform a sweeping slice. It's annoying in PvP. I can imagine, because it's basically like having, instead of just a normal dodge, you have like a weapon art that also dodges. And probably... builds up a sincere amount of bleed. Now, if I look back at that, what is that bleed build up? 88 bleed build up. I don't believe it does that much in vanilla, although it is probably one of the more potent weapons. This is just from general memory, general knowledge of what I've read, and not anything specific. Hello, Bloodbane strays. We're gonna just take you out. He says while nearly getting taken out by, Nice. Double kill. Well, nearly getting ambushed by 2 more. Ah, there's the summon sign. I don't think we can mark invaders, but I'm gonna try anyway. I'm gonna double check the building, and I'm glad I did. Because having to deal with these little bloodbound strays would have been quite difficult and very annoying. You are the invader. Yep, that's true. It's a red summon sign. Technically, we're invading. Oh, never mind. No, you're right. It is a straight up you invade this world. Well, before we do, we're gonna buff up. Not that I expect that to carry through the transition, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Ugh, so stuffy. Invading another world. Defeat Magnus the Beast Claw. I have no idea what he does, by the way. I knew of him. And I knew his name. I knew he was the alternate condition for completing that quest, but I did not know anything else. So, we get to have some fun. How shall we begin? Let's open up with... He normally rushes you? Ah, gotcha. So we're going to step forward slightly, and we're going to start off with Ancient Death Rancor. What do you have to say to that? Not a whole bunch. I wish I had packed Magic Glint Blade for this. Ah, so he uses the bestial line of incantations. Good to know. I could see what you mean. He is, like, serious business. I'm not gonna let you cast spells. I'm just gonna hit you from behind. What do we do next? Should heal up now. I was about to say most people should have flasks. Never mind. Goodbye, Magnus. Goodbye, Magnus. And now we have to go get the other Morning Star, right? Let me scroll back up to the chat log. Oh, never mind. He is the other Great Star. You already said that before. Oops. Well, I'm glad we got them now. So if you want to dual wield Great Stars, this is how you would do it, folks. You go find a caravan that's somewhere between here and here, and then you go defeat Magnus. Since we have a midpoint to work with, what we're going to do now is actually go back and talk to Vare. And see what he has to say. I believe the dialogue should just proceed as normal. I've only ever done the whole offline-online trick with Reforged. I have not ever actually beaten Magnus. This is the first time we've done that. So I'm a little curious to see if he says something different. Something unique. I don't think he will. Because it's two paths toward the same objective. It's not two paths with two different results. But we're gonna find out together. If you don't already know what that is. We need to just walk around. We don't want to fight the Sanguine Noble. I have returned.
Oh, Lambkin, so pleased you're here. I'm glad that you're enjoying my gift. I knew it from the very start. You have a taste for noble blood. I I wish to anoint you a proper inductee, a knight to serve Luminary Moog, the Lord of Blood, and establish a new dynasty. Luminary Moog has strength, vision, and of course, love. So, what do you say, my lambkin?
Anoint me. We're going for as many endings as possible.
Who would have it any other way? Now, take this.
I'll respond to that comment in 1 second. Hello. Lord of Blood's Favor. I believe this is the cloth you need to go soak. So when you are dual wielding those great stars, everyone always says the hammer movesets suck, but those feel really good. They should feel even better in Elden Ring Reforged because of like the ability to cancel into rolls or cancel attacks into rolls after you've completed one. It should be good.
Final trial. Soak the cloth with a maiden's blood. Normally this ritual would involve killing one's own maiden and recanting the wisdom of the two fingers. But since you are maidenless, the blood of anyone's maiden will do.
Ah, yes, the introspective maidenless meme. I believe there's even a shirt out now that's like, no maidens? I think one of my friends has a shirt like that, actually. It's like, no maidens, or maidenless. I don't understand why it is so funny. It just kind of is. It's just, I kind of exist outside the meme window. All of my friends seem to find it funny, though. I found the Godskin Swaddling Cloth counts both weapons you're holding, and it only takes 5 hits for one of those great stars to proc healing, but only 3 attacks are needed while dual wielding? Interesting. Very interesting. Godskin Swaddling Cloth. Now, if I remember correctly, that's in a whole different place. I don't believe we have that yet. Nor do we get the opportunity for it until much later. If memory serves. Yeah, if memory serves. I don't think I've ever encountered that. That's in the Spirit Caller Cave? Yeah, that would explain it. I haven't been to the mountaintops. Volcano Manor is about as far as I've gotten. I've not done the stuff past the Erd Tree, nor have I fought Morgott. I know of those places because I've watched the content, but once we get past like the outer portions of Leyndell and we start getting into the battlements, that's kind of where my knowledge stops. Yeah, I took a very long route in vanilla to go all the way to Leyndell. As soon as I saw people were just rushing for Leyndell, I was like, you could seriously do that? I somehow forgot it was an open world RPG, and people can just do that. But usually people at least take some number of detours before going over to Morgott and killing him. Trying to make sure. So if we were to use, I'll demonstrate the movesets. Not that I think I could particularly use these weapons, but we should at least be able to, well, actually, we can at least use one of them. Where's the other one? Same row, just gotta find it. And I don't believe I can power... Oh, well, it's the same. How do we do this again? Oh, right. You don't actively power stance. It's just a nature of using the same weapons twice. That's what it is. Yeah, I could see why people might say it's a particularly good moveset. Now, something else I should probably make people aware of, and it is why I can't really demonstrate the full moveset, is there's an option in Elden Ring Reforged that lets you block with your left-hand weapon. I'll demonstrate this now. You can't normally do this in Elden Ring. Your left-hand weapon usually has like a light at like an R1 style effect, or is typically the power stance move. I can see why that feels satisfying at the very least. So let me show you a number of these options that are here. I know we did this at Roundtable Hold, but we didn't really go over it in great detail. I kind of just mentioned the new stuff. So, first I'll mention the game's difficulties. There are 4 different kinds. We've got regular. I'm on normal. That's where I prefer to be. Adept, hard, and master mode all change like health and other sorts of ratios. Simple and relaxed add automatic HP and FP regen on top of what's already there. You don't have any HP regen to start with, of course, but these 2 modes will add that. If you use seamless co-op, you will be able to scale the bosses up to the number of players you have. Really cool. You can toggle PvP mode on or off. That's kind of been a recent development. Usually with mods in FromSoft titles, because of the anti-cheat, if you engage in PvP with those mods on, you get banned. Understandably so. That's the nature of modding things that Japanese companies tend to own. And before people say, are you being racist? No. Japan passed a law that took effect at the start of either this year or in December of last year that made it illegal to mod software and like sell modified hardware. The Japanese companies see modding and like modified hardware as competition for their bottom line. So you get a hefty like 1 million yen fine, and I believe somewhere to the tune of at least a year of jail time, maybe even more than that. Yeah, the Japanese companies aren't kidding. So the anti-cheats and all that fun stuff are kind of a result of that bill being signed into law, and the whole we want to prevent hackers and people who are hacking files. I get it. The anti-cheat's a necessary evil, but it does mean, with mods, you need to be careful. Don't go through the instructions of disabling the anti-cheat if you want to play with mods. Any mods, period. Even texture mods fall afoul of the anti-cheat. Lastly, we have the special difficulties, which add on top of that. So if you wanted to play this but weren't sure what to make of the changes, you could always have everything scaled back to vanilla, using vanilla values. You can toggle on exploration mode, so this disables the fast travel and instead adds warp statues. You can also turn on Shura mode, which Shura mode halves your iframes and makes it so that you essentially need to either learn how to deflect or parry, or you're going to die. Because you move from 13 or 16 iframes to 8 or 5, depending on your load and stuff. Yeah, Shura mode's a real treat, and I've seen people I've seen people on YouTube do this, do a Shura mode, or start doing a Shura mode, and it's fun. I think even Lobos Jr., when he was playing this mod, temporarily turned on Shura mode just to get a feel for it. It's just a whole different experience. I think that's really cool. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Maybe we go back and start going. Let's try to find Gold Mask, actually. We can at least do that. We're getting toward the bottom of the hour. And toward the end total stream time. So I do want to be wrapping things up. But I do want to at least show off this quest for those who haven't seen it. And afterwards, I think I'm gonna take another attempt at the Crucible Knights, and that should effectively use up our time. I know this isn't what we signed up for, But I want to be able to move on from the hero's grave. If I have to, I'll beat it off camera and then resurrect them so that we can fight them anytime. If that's what I have to do, I'll do it. Now, where on earth is... I think you have to go this way to get the spirit spring. Yeah, this is correct. Whee! Hello, Gold Mask. Nothing, nada, zero, zip, zilch. He says nothing. Now we go back and go find Corin. We go talk to him. That's the next step. I know we've kind of been bounding all over the place today, and you know, spent 90 minutes of that mute. Again, I'm really appreciative of that. I don't normally make that mistake. I just don't normally do it, and it happened. It isn't my first time making that mistake of, you know, not checking the VBAN, but I should have checked the VBAN properly. For those who don't know, I use a virtual audio mixer called Voicemeeter, and that essentially adds on, it allows me to pass audio between two computers. Now, I know OBS has some new tech called an NDI signal, but that would require a whole bunch of setup to get correct, and even if I did get it correct, there's no guarantee it wouldn't be a greater strain on my data and stuff compared to now. One of the things I want to do as part of being off for the summer, I'm a college student normally, and I'm usually in class every spring and every fall, is I want to get the audio mixing setup correct. Because if I can make my streams better, either through my content or through like good equipment, I want to do that. I think you guys are worth that effort. Plus, you know, if I'm gonna be doing this long term at a money loss, I at least want people to be able to enjoy it. And having an optimal setup is part of that experience.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
Well, we already have your incantations. And don't mind me, Steven is just going to get his usual stuff set up for toward the end of stream. Yes.
Do you sport with me?
Nope.
From your description, it can be no other than the Gold Mask himself.
Correct.
Of course, I knew he would be close by. Bless the Golden Order and its benevolent rays, and to you too, my sincerest thanks.
No problem.
May the Golden Order...
Nearby, he says. He has to go all the way across. Like, Altus Plateau. Yeah, that's nearby. Corin, you... Well, I mean, I guess it's... Anything is nearby if you're blind. Oh, like, if you've legally wrapped. I just find it ludicrous that he says, "Ah, yes, I knew he would be close by." Looks at the... Tarnished. Not realizing Corin doesn't know. You know, I'm just gonna let Corin keep good spirits and not lie to him. At least that's what I would do if I were in the Tarnished shoes. I'd probably exchange a look with the man who can't see my face, and then just say, "Yeah, I hope your journey goes well for you." All right, Corin, tell me a little more about what you found here.
We meet yet again. Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with the noble Gold Mask himself, and taken my place by his side, as you can see. Have no fear. I will still teach you incantations as before, though we must do so quietly, such that we not disturb the Great Master's cogitation.
Sure, and we don't get anything for it either.
Master is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger, and though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian.
So, I said before we got nothing, and that's not exactly true. In vanilla, you do get access to a bigger allotment of spells at this time. This is when Corrin's stock finally gets somewhat of an upgrade. In ERR, though, we kind of start with a number of these already available. Like, you don't get this from Corrin. Corrin just kind of starts with it. So it seems a little bit flat.
May the Golden Order shine.
It seems a bit flat to, you know, get here and then not have anything, but that's just because it's been moved up somewhat. I did say that Elden Ring doesn't touch NPCs, and I do stand by that, but that doesn't mean it doesn't change NPC merchant inventories. That it does do. If there are merchants, they either sell new stuff, or they sell they have different prices for the same items. Because all of that's supposed to be quality of life. That's more or less what that's supposed to mean. Hello.
You appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
I believe we are stuck here until we actually go into Leyndell. I think that's when the quest would next progress. And you know what that means. We're not headed to Leyndell for a long time. And I'm not talking about the outskirts. I'm not talking about these graves. I'm talking about actual honest-to-goodness Leyndell proper. We won't be here for a while. We want to do everything else first. That's kind of what I said from the outset when we started at episode 1, and I meant it. Once we get through and actually start exploring, like, this other part of Altus Plateau, because technically this charred ashen ruin is all Altus Plateau. Once we get to this point and we get to, like, a rest site, my goal or next intention is going to be to clean up anything that's been added due to an update. So, for example, there's a new spell, a new incantation called Scarlet Papillon. And that is probably somewhere over in Caelid, if I remember correctly. Scarlet Papillon is a new generator spell, meaning it generates FP on attack, just like, Glintstone Pebble, Carrion Slicer, or Golden Star, or Honed Bolt. There are a bunch of generators now, and Scarlet Papillon is yet another one to the mix. It's a new spell. Unique. Elden Ring Reforged. We have spells we have not collected yet, and I would like to fix that, because we're a caster. !caster build in all lowercase, all one word, if you want to know more about that. We're essentially looking to try to remain split between Arcane, Int, and Intelligence and Faith as much as possible, so we can cast all the spells. Absolutely all of them. Because this is kind of like a magic playthrough. I want us to be able to have access to the toolbox. Now, what are we going to do? Well, I said what we were going to do. We're going to go back to the hero's grave, go all the way to that boss, and try again. We have time for one attempt. We're going to look at our spell list, though. If I go overtime, so be it. We're going to figure out what exactly we want to do. And one other resource I'm probably going to pull out. Actually, I don't even have to do that. I can look at the codex for this. So if we go to, is it Draconic Forces? No, it is not. That's a nice thing about having codexes, folks, or like an actual bestiary. You can look this stuff up in game, which is just great. I believe it's either Greater Will. Yeah, Greater Will. Crucible Knight. Oh, we don't get anything else. Yuck. Gross. So, one other little neat thing I could show is, you'll notice that we have 1s, 2s, and 3s. 1s, 2s, and 3s give different levels of information. 1 only gives you, like, the name and, like, the health range, rune range, like, enemy class, and, like, number of kills required for an expanded entry. Okay, so we should focus on status effects we can actually apply, rather than carrying, like, this bevy toolkit of which we hardly use half of. So, if my knowledge... Well, first, let's get some stuff ironed out. So I definitely want Glintstone Pebble. I also definitely want Ambush Shard. Then, we need to figure out... what other status effects do we want? If any. Oh, we also want Blessings Boom, but I'll add that at the end. I don't think they have poison immunity, but I do think it takes a long time. Madness is not really feasible just given the fact that they're both on screen. So that means we probably want, I would say, Magic Glint Blade. We want something we could do where you could just kind of set it and forget it. And then let's take Ancient Death Rancor. I would say Creeping Rancor, but we don't even need that. Glintstone Ice Crag. Actually, we should swap these. And then we can go for Blessings Boom. So basically, we're kind of mostly sticking to sorcery stuff. Like actual sorcery applications. So other than that, we're good. Our spell list is a lot more focused, and it will perform better, I think, in the long run. Also, something that's kind of cool, and something that maybe a lot of people don't know, staves have weapon arts. Also, what the heck? Now, I realize that doesn't sound like a new concept or anything, because you had the Royal Scepter, which had spinning staff, but Royal Scepter was the only one that like had one, and that was the only one you could apply to staves. Now we have a lot more. We've got Gravitas, Flame of the Redmanes. We've got a bunch of stuff. It's not everyone. It's a select list, but it's a good list. I like the list. Nice. I love having stamina consumption to worry about. There really is just too many changes to like list in a single sitting. But I love this game, and I love Reforged even more than I love the regular base game itself. Don't attack me from the back. You guys already know the deal about this. I'll see you on the other side of this boss, and then we'll wrap up after that. Oh, I'm dead. And with 85,000 runes on the line, We have one more attempt. Let's make it count. And we've got rune arcs to spare. If not, I might grind to get some more rune arc material available. One other thing I'll demonstrate is we have a completely different crafting system. I should say completely different, but like it's largely changed. These ingredients are different. Like you could make these cured meats, but you actually needed like turtleneck and all kinds of other stuff. You needed like boluses. Now you don't even have to use that stuff. Instead, you break everything you find down into these extra materials. Blighted extracts, bloody extracts, amalgams, all kinds of stuff. And then you reform it using those broken down materials. It's great, and it saves on the amount. Ow! It saves on It saves on having to grind everything for multiple hours. This is not a good showing. Nice! I love getting struck for massive damage. I need you to take someone off my back, Leyndell. Thank you. Why did I press right bumper instead of B? That is awful. Run. Don't stay there, just run. Nice job, Leyndell, as in not very nice at all. I pressed 1R too many. This is not a good time to be itchy face at all. Oh, I didn't tap B in time. Nice. That's what we'll call it for today, folks. Sorry. I'm inept. What can I say? We'll like keep going at the stake and go from there. So thank you guys so much for stopping by and for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. If you guys like this content, feel free to leave me a follow. Lets me know that you like it. And make sure you hit that notification bell. Like, make sure don't have them personalized if you don't want to miss other stuff. If you guys want other content and you don't want to be part of the Discord, I get it. Amazon Prime and using Twitch Prime is not cheap. I get it. We'll be back on Wednesday with Mass Effect. Yeah. At least until I've gone through and swapped everything around. Or if you want to just watch different stuff on a different platform entirely, I stream on Fridays on YouTube. So you can look forward to that. Every Friday we play Grim Dawn, which is a looter, and I guess it's it's like an isometric RPG. Yeah, I really just kind of know it as a hacky and slashy type of game. If you love Lovecraftian horror elements and gritty westerns, or you like forays into the strange and occult, then I think you'll like that game. before continuing onward, I guess, I'll go ahead and mention two people that you can probably go to afterwards if you're looking for another Elden Ring fix. If you guys want, I don't know what Lobos Jr. is doing. Elden Ring Floppy Irregulator? I have no idea what that means. But, yeah, Lobos Jr. does a variety of content. I highly recommend checking him out. He is also playing some Elden Ring. It is a randomizer, regardless of whatever else is attached. But if you've got epilepsy, that's okay. You know, don't go there. If I have another person I'll mention to you, his name is the Happy Hob. If you guys like, sometimes he does a variety of stuff as well. I've seen him play COD. I've seen him play this or that. Hopefully I've got the right spelling on that. Okay. And yay, no graphic glitches to speak of. Yeah, definitely check him out. They're both cool guys. I would say between the two, if you're wanting more quiet, I would recommend Lobos. If you're wanting like a broad community and you don't mind some hype from time to time, not to say that Lobos doesn't have any hype, but you know what I mean. On average, the mood tends to be cranked up a little bit more with Happy Hob, just on average. That's about all I'm gonna say. You guys know where the links are. They're on the About Me section on my Twitch page. You can also get at me on Twitter. I have a Twitter page. I have a Twitter timeline on my About Me section. You can go there, DM me, and I usually reply. All that good stuff. Next time, I suppose when you guys will see me, I'll be playing Mass Effect. And we get to have some fun doing RPG stuff. Thank you guys. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I can't even believe I missed that. I really do appreciate it. Following does get you 2 emotes, I believe. Thank you. Seriously. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those 3 things. This has been another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Sorry for the 90 minutes of no noise. Hooray for streaming errors. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. I mean that. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, or a good rest of your week if I don't see you until Sunday. Everyone has content they do and don't like after all. And with that, take care of yourselves, guys, and bye-bye.